Hello, my dear listeners. Welcome to the Boring Sleep Library. If you've always imagined royal life as a world of silks, jewels, and gentle routines, the truth of the Aztec Empire may surprise you. For the Aztecs, daily life intertwined the body and matters of death in a way that was completely normal. Mistakes in custom could bring a penalty, and even a ruler's final words were often dictated by tradition. Behind the gold ornaments and incense-marked walls, every action carried a great weight, and every gathering came with a cost. These are not dramatic stories from a textbook, but simple records of how life was truly lived. What took place inside the temples may make you reflect on how faith and duty were often one and the same. Tonight, you'll hear about a world where power, belief, and obligation rested side by side. Before we begin, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the Boring Sleep Library, but only if you find these quiet accounts restful. If you'd like, you can leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is. Though it's not necessary, I enjoy reading them later in a calm moment. Now, lower the lights and let the room become quiet. Maybe turn on a fan for that steady, familiar sound. Pull your blanket into place, and together, let us begin this plain account. If you were to look at the Aztec Empire at its peak, you'd see a society of order and divine purpose. Cities were filled with temples rising above crowded markets, and everywhere the signs of devotion to gods were visible in carvings, altars, and ritual spaces. Life was measured not only by the passing of days, but by the cycles of the sun and moon. In such a setting, intimacy itself was never private. For the royal family, it was not seen as an act of personal desire, but as a sacred responsibility. The body of a king or queen was treated as an extension of the divine order, and their most private actions were thought to carry meaning for the entire empire. Sexual acts were linked directly to the gods. A union between the ruler and his partner was more than human contact. It was considered an offering to unseen powers. The idea that passion belonged to individuals did not apply here. Instead, every gesture was framed as part of a larger conversation with the spiritual world. Even the timing was arranged according to cosmic patterns. Calendars marked out when these rituals should take place, ensuring that they matched with the path of the moon or the position of the sun. The king's chamber was as much a shrine as it was a private space, and the role of the partner was less about love and more about duty to the divine cycle. From the outside, this might look like control and discipline, but for those involved, it also meant that personal feelings had little space. Intimacy had to be performed under the shadow of ritual expectation. To fail in this responsibility was not just a matter of personal embarrassment, but a sign of disharmony with the universe. That is why so much effort was put into training, timing, and preparation. The king's body was never his alone, and his partners were chosen not simply for beauty, but for their symbolic connection to the gods. This blending of the spiritual and physical created a society where ordinary human desire was overshadowed by obligation. The idea that two people might come together out of affection would have been dismissed in the royal courts. Instead, the language of offering, sacrifice, and harmony ruled. To live in such an environment meant that even the most natural human experiences were watched, measured, and aligned with something greater than the individual. It almost feels like the gods were acting as very strict supervisors in the bedroom, which is not exactly the kind of romance anyone would wish for. The schedule itself was detailed and rigid. Certain days were believed to carry more power than others. Certain hours of the night or dawn were thought to be more in tune with cosmic forces. This meant that even passion was placed inside a timetable. It is strange to think of desire, which in most societies is spontaneous, being arranged like a calendar of meetings. But for the Aztec rulers, this was the only way to ensure that the bond between heaven and earth remained strong. In modern times, it would be like setting an alarm clock not to wake up for work, but to remind you that it is the exact hour ordained by the universe to be intimate. The public perception of these rituals also mattered. While the acts themselves were hidden from direct view, the knowledge of their timing and their purpose was shared with the people. Everyone believed that the empire depended on this sacred connection. It was said that without these unions, crops might fail, rain might not come, or war might not end in victory. So while the king and his partners were in private chambers, the empire outside was watching with expectation, believing that cosmic balance was being maintained through what was happening inside. For those within the palace, this turned intimacy into a performance of faith. Every gesture, every sound, every outcome had to be seen as correct. It was not enough for the act to happen. It had to happen in the right way. That is why strict rules govern the sequence, the posture, and even the thoughts that were allowed. The presence of priests, advisors, and attendants reinforced that these were not moments of private life, but moments of religious duty. The king was not just a man. He was a vessel, and his partner was not just a woman. She was a channel for divine power. What stands out when reflecting on this is how little space there was for the personal. To think of passion as a personal choice would have seemed selfish in this setting. Instead, every part of life was measured against what it meant for the gods and for the empire. This raises questions about how individuals felt, but their voices are not preserved in the records. We know about the rituals, but not about the emotions of those inside them. I often wonder whether the young people drawn into these roles felt honored or quietly terrified. And it makes me think about how fragile private life can become when it is completely absorbed into public duty. This was the foundation of the royal approach to sexuality in the Aztec Empire. It was not indulgence, nor was it hidden sin. It was an obligation woven tightly with belief. The rhythm of the sun and moon was seen as the rhythm of human bodies, and no act was allowed to be detached from that larger cycle. This was how the empire sustained itself in the eyes of its people, through acts that were both deeply intimate and yet far from personal. The story of ritual intimacy is only the beginning, because what came next would show how far the Aztecs were willing to take the idea of blending desire with devotion, and how much darker those rituals could become when sacrifice was added to the chamber. The Aztec world treated ritual not as spectacle alone, but as a channel between life and the divine. Among the ceremonies that stood out most sharply were those that combined intimacy with death. In the dry season, when rains were still far away and the earth seemed brittle, the empire turned to practices that were believed to awaken divine power. One such rite involved the emperor himself. In his chamber, which became a temple for the occasion, a chosen woman shared his bed. But the act was never meant to end in simple release. At the very height of their union, she was cut across the throat by the hand of a priest, her life flowing out at the exact moment her body convulsed. To the people watching, this was not horror. It was the moment the gods accepted the gift of pleasure turned into a sacrifice. The blood was not hidden or quietly collected. It was allowed to pour directly over the emperor, bathing his chest and shoulders. This was thought to mark him as a receiver of divine blessing, his body now carrying the force of both life and death. The symbolism was powerful. The empire's leader was not only a man, but a vessel into which both creation and destruction were poured. Those present did not react with shock. They raised their voices, chanting and cheering as though victory and battle had just been won. The sound itself became part of the rite, carrying the energy of the crowd into the offering, as if the gods needed to hear not silence, but the roar of human devotion. To modernize, this may seem brutal beyond comprehension. Yet to the Aztecs, it was consistent with their vision of the cosmos. Life and death were not opposites, but parts of the same cycle. To give pleasure was to give energy, and to spill blood was to seal that energy into the world. The act was carefully timed, not only to align with the emperor's body, but also with celestial movements. Priests measured the hours by the sky, ensuring that the moment of climax and the moment of sacrifice merged under the most favorable signs. It was believed that to misalign such forces would invite imbalance across the entire empire. The woman chosen for this role was never a random figure. She was prepared for days, even weeks, with rituals that cleansed her body and dressed her in garments tied to specific deities. Her participation was framed as an honor, though the outcome was death. For her family, this could mean prestige, but it also meant grief hidden behind ritual pride. No lamentations were allowed to interrupt the perception of divine order. It almost feels like a theatrical performance, where the actors know one of them will never walk off the stage and the audience applauds anyway. The crowd's presence made the ritual more than a private sacrifice. Hundreds, sometimes thousands, gathered outside or within sight of the temple, their chanting rising as the act reached its final moment. The synchronization of body, blade, and voice created a spectacle that tied individuals into a shared purpose. It was not about watching two people in intimacy, but about seeing their union turned into proof that the gods were near. In a modern sense, it would be like watching a national leader conduct a private act on live broadcast, not for scandal, but for what people believed was the survival of their society. Accounts suggest that the emperor covered in blood would then rise and present himself as marked by divine favor. This image was carried into political power. The people saw him as not only a ruler by lineage but also chosen and sustained by the gods. Blood on his skin was proof that he stood closer to the divine than anyone else. The connection between intimacy, sacrifice, and authority was made visible, binding the empire's structure together through spectacle. Behind the ceremony, there was always the question of belief versus necessity. Did everyone truly see this as holy, or did some recoil privately? Sources rarely capture dissent, but it is reasonable to think that fear played as large a role as faith. The ritual's purpose was to display harmony between the ruler, the gods, and the people. To speak against it would not only be dangerous, but unthinkable within the world view of the time. The combination of pleasure and bloodshed was normalized, placed within the rhythm of seasons and the needs of the land. What lingers most in reflection is how a society could link such opposites so closely. The tenderness of human contact fused with the brutality of death. To them, it was not a contradiction, but a balance. The same act that gave life also demanded life. This concept may feel distant now, but within their world it was logical. The empire thrived on the belief that nothing existed without sacrifice, and the more dramatic the offering, the more certain the gods would be pleased. I find myself unsettled by the idea, not only because of the violence, but because of how natural it must have seemed to those who lived it. These rituals remind us that the Aztec world was built on foundations very different from what we assume today. Order was not achieved by separating the sacred and the physical, but by merging them, even in their darkest forms. The emperor was both a lover and a vessel, the woman both a partner and a sacrifice, the crowd both witnesses and participants, the layers of meaning stacked upon each other until the individual disappeared into the symbol. This ceremony of passion and death was only one of many ways. The Aztecs sought to hold their world in balance. Yet, it shows clearly how fragile human life could become when placed fully in service to divine expectation. What began as ritualized intimacy could end with a throat cut and a roar of approval, leaving behind the certainty that the gods had been satisfied for another season. The path forward in this story only grows darker as the empire's demands on the body and its sacrifices become more extreme and more merciless in the name of sustaining the sacred order. The royal court of the Aztec emperor was not only a place of governance, but also a stage where power was displayed through silence and submission. Inside the palace, beyond the walls lined with carvings of gods and warriors, the emperor's harem stood as a world unto itself. It was filled with young women drawn from conquered tribes, each one a symbol of victory and control. Their presence was not a matter of choice. They were gathered and placed within the palace as living trophies, reminders of the empire's reach. Yet their lives inside were shaped less by luxury than by constant tension. The harem resembled a quiet battlefield. Competition among the women was subtle, but constant. Each girl was expected to master rituals of intimacy connected to the traditions of her native land. These practices were taught and rehearsed as if they were part of a sacred duty. The empire demanded not only political loyalty, but also bodily service. To fail in these duties was considered a failure to serve the gods as well as the emperor. Punishment was harsh. Those who made mistakes in the ritual or showed hesitation risked being crippled, their legs broken so they could never again enter the emperor's chambers. For those who remained, the pressure was immense. Every gesture mattered. The way they moved, the way they held their gaze, the way they carried out their role in the ceremonies was measured against exacting expectations. Even small slips could be seen as signs of weakness or disrespect. The silence of the harem hid constant fear. The women lived in rooms close together, but bonds of friendship were fragile, overshadowed by the need to survive in a system that valued perfection over humanity. It is almost comical in a grim way to imagine a place where one wrong move in bed could cost you your legs. The presence of so many women also reflected the empire's obsession with order and control. Each tribe that had been defeated contributed to the emperor's harem, turning the palace into a living map of conquest. Diversity of origin was turned into diversity of ritual. A woman from one region might be instructed in rites meant to honor the god of rain, while another learned rituals tied to the god of war. The emperor became the focal point where all these traditions converged. Intimacy was transformed into a display of political unity, a reminder that all lands and peoples were gathered under one man's authority. The contrast between the image and the reality was striking. Outsiders might assume these women lived in privilege, surrounded by fine clothing, jewelry, and food. In truth, their days were filled with discipline, repetition, and fear. Every hour was structured, every ritual drilled into them, until there was no room left for personal identity. They were not seen as individuals, but as vessels for ceremony. The luxury of the palace became meaningless when every moment carried the threat of punishment. If compared to modern life, it would be like joining a prestigious school only to realize that every small mistake leads not to detention, but to permanent injury. The atmosphere of the harem was shaped not by sound, but by its absence. Conversation was limited, laughter discouraged, and displays of friendship frowned upon. To be too close to another risked being accused of disloyalty. Each woman had to carry herself with restraint, watching not only her own behavior, but that of those around her. Trust was a dangerous luxury. In such an environment, suspicion was natural, and survival often depended on silence. At the center of it all stood the emperor, distant and elevated, both man and symbol. His presence was not constant, yet the possibility of being summoned at any time kept the women in a state of constant readiness. They were expected to be prepared both in body and in spirit, aligned with whatever ritual the priest declared necessary. The emperor's chamber was not a place of affection, but of performance, where the women's actions were judged against the expectations of the empire and the gods. The cruelty of punishment also served as a reminder to the others. When a mistake occurred, the result was visible and unforgettable. A woman unable to walk became a warning. She was often kept alive but excluded, a living symbol of failure. Her presence among the others reinforced the fear that hung in the air. No one needed to speak of the consequences when they could see them before their eyes. What remains most unsettling is how ordinary this arrangement must have seemed to those inside the system. The harem was not described as a place of cruelty, but as a necessary part of the empire's structure. It was accepted, even praised, as proof of the emperor's strength and reach. Yet beneath this acceptance lay countless quiet tragedies. Women stripped of freedom and reduced to roles they could not escape. I find it difficult not to think of their silence as the loudest part of the story. A silence filled with fear, endurance, and resignation. This was the world of the emperor's harem, a place that appeared orderly and disciplined, but was in fact heavy with hidden violence. The empire built its image of stability on the bodies and obedience of women who had no power to resist. And within those walls, the combination of ritual and punishment created a space that was both central to the empire's identity and devastating for those forced to live inside it. What came after would show that this pattern of merging sexuality with suffering did not stop in the harem, but extended into public rituals that demanded even greater sacrifices. In the name of cosmic balance, the Aztec Empire measured time not only in seasons, but also in the ceremonies that marked them. Among these, the rites of fertility held particular weight, for the survival of the people was believed to depend on them. When the dry months gave way to the moment of planting, the empire turned to rituals that united sexuality with sacrifice in ways that seem almost impossible to imagine today. One of the most extreme was known as a night of seasonal renewal, where young women became both participants and offerings. They were taken into the ritual space not as brides or companions, but as symbols of the earth itself waiting to be sown with divine power. On that night, 13 women were chosen. They came dressed in garments tied to fertility deities, their bodies painted with patterns of maize and rain. Yet what awaited them was not a gentle ceremony, but a staged act of power. 3 priests entered, dressed in elaborate masks and robes, their appearance designed to represent the gods of wind. The women were forced into ritual intercourse with them, the act framed as a binding between human flesh and divine breath. To the participants, there was no question of consent. Their role had been decided, and the crowd outside believed that through them the seeds of the next harvest were being blessed. The ritual did not end with intimacy. At its climax, the women were not released, but condemned. They were bound and placed together with a massive stone serpent carved from green jade, a symbol of both fertility and destruction. Flames consumed them while the priest chanted invocations. The smoke rose into the night, carrying what was seen as a message to the heavens. Their ashes were carefully collected the next morning, mixed with soil, and spread across the fields. Farmers who planted their seeds into this earth were told that life would spring strong, nourished by the sacrifice. It is grimly ironic to think that for crops to grow, the empire believed it first had to burn its daughters for the community. This event was not hidden, but celebrated. The crowd's reaction was described as one of awe, not sorrow. People chanted praises as the fire consumed the women, convinced they were witnessing renewal. The idea that horror could live alongside celebration is difficult to grasp now. Yet within the Aztec world, it was ordinary. Fertility did not come cheaply. It demanded life, and those lives were thought to secure rain, maize, and survival for everyone else. If we place this in modern terms, it would be like believing a good harvest required not fertilizers or irrigation, but the public killing of young women at the start of the planting season. The symbolism of the serpent made the act even more significant. The jade serpent was not simply a decoration, but an embodiment of the cycle of rebirth. By burning the women beside it, priests claimed to be feeding the serpent with human essence, ensuring that it could protect the crops and the empire itself. The belief tied death directly to the promise of life. Ashes in the fields became part of the soil, part of the maize, part of the bread on every table. In this way, sacrifice was not distant, but intimately connected to daily survival. Inside the ritual chamber, silence would have been impossible. The chanting of priests, the cries of the women, and the roar of fire all merged into a single sound that the crowd interpreted as divine approval. To them, the voices of the dying were not tragic, but proof that the gods were listening. The survivors outside returned home with a sense of security, convinced that their families would be fed because the ritual had been performed correctly. For the women themselves, there is no record of their feelings. History speaks of them only as vessels, never as individuals. Their names are lost, their lives remembered only as part of a number. The choice of 13 was not accidental, but symbolic, tied to Aztec calendars and cycles of the moon. In this way, even the count of bodies became part of the ritual order. It reminds us that within this system, the human element was swallowed by symbolism until only myth remained. The cruelty of the act is stark, yet it carried a twisted logic. By making fertility dependent on sacrifice, the empire bound its people together in shared complicity. To eat was to acknowledge that blood had been spilled. To live was to accept that others had died. The survival of the community became inseparable from the deaths of chosen individuals. This way of thinking reinforced both obedience and fear. No one could easily resist when their very food was said to depend on such rites. Reflecting on this, the most disturbing part is not only the violence, but how normal it must have seemed to those involved. Rituals carried authority, and to question them was to question the gods themselves. The empire's greatness was built on acts that today we would call atrocities, but in their eyes were sacred obligations. I cannot help but think of the silence that must have followed in families who lost daughters. A silence hidden beneath the public story of blessing and renewal. The night of seasonal sacrifice shows how far the Aztec people went to connect sex, death, and survival. What began as an act of intimacy was transformed into a public ritual, ending not with life, but with fire. The ashes scattered into the fields were a constant reminder that the cycle of crops was tied to the cycle of human offerings. To eat the harvest was to consume the remnants of sacrifice, to carry within the body the echo of those who had burned. This ritual was not the last of its kind. The empire's reliance on combining sexuality and death only deepened, leading to ceremonies where purity, blood, and the human body were pushed into even harsher forms of offering to the gods. In the royal world of the Aztecs, purity was not defined in ways we might recognize today. For them, the idea of virginity was not tied to morality, to virtue, or to abstract notions of honor. It was instead a matter of blood. Before a young woman could be married to the emperor, she was required to prove her untouched state before the gods and the people. This proof was not symbolic, but physical. The ritual demanded that blood be shown openly, gathered, and offered as evidence of her purity. Without it, she could not become a queen. Her body itself was treated as the stage on which divine approval had to be displayed. The process was stark. A young woman would be brought before a sacred idol, often a representation of a goddess, connected to fertility or the moon. In this setting, attendants ensured that her body was examined, and that the expected blood was produced. It was not enough for her to claim innocence or for her family to vouch for her. The gods were thought to require visible confirmation. Once the blood was drawn, it was wiped carefully with a corn leaf. The leaf was then burned in front of the gathering, its smoke rising as an offering. Only through this act could she be recognized as fit to marry the emperor. The severity of the ritual was clear in what happened when the requirement was not met. If no blood appeared, the woman was not simply rejected from the marriage. She was condemned. Instead of living as queen, she was taken for sacrifice. Her life offered to the gods as punishment for failing the standard. This meant that her worth in the eyes of the empire depended entirely on what her body revealed in that moment. It is almost absurd to think of a society where your eligibility for marriage to a king was determined by whether or not you bled on command. The presence of the community made the ritual even heavier. This was not performed in secrecy, but in public. Families gathered to witness the act, knowing that the future of their daughter and their own status depended on the outcome. The burning of the corn leaf was not just for the gods, but for all to see. Smoke became the visible sign of purity confirmed, a signal that the gods had received their proof. Failure brought shame not only on the woman, but on her entire family, marking them as unworthy in the eyes of the empire. In this way, virginity became a matter of politics as well as religion. A girl's blood was tied to the honor of her lineage and the legitimacy of the emperor's rule. The ritual turned something deeply personal into a public performance of loyalty and submission. The body was stripped of privacy, turned into a symbol that carried weight far beyond the individual. In modern times, it would be like requiring a public medical test before a wedding with the result determining not only the marriage but also whether you live or die. The cruelty of this practice also reveals the wider values of the empire. For a society so focused on cosmic balance, the smallest details of human life were woven into the expectations of divine order. Nothing could be left unproven, nothing left to trust. The gods demanded evidence, and the empire ensured it was delivered. This made women's bodies both sacred and vulnerable, exalted as vessels of purity, but treated with unforgiving harshness if they failed to meet the standard. The families of those chosen lived with both hope and dread. To marry the emperor was the highest possible honor, raising the status of an entire lineage. Yet the price of failure was death. Parents who saw their daughters taken into the ritual chamber knew that joy and loss stood side by side, and that the outcome could lift or destroy their future. The mixture of pride and fear must have weighed heavily, a reminder that in the Aztec world, life was never secure when it came to the demands of the gods. The symbolism of using a corn leaf also mattered deeply. Corn was the foundation of Aztec life, the crop that fed the people and sustained the empire. By wiping blood with its leaves, the ritual tied personal purity to the survival of the community. It suggested that a woman's worth was inseparable from the fertility of the fields. Just as maize required nourishment from the soil, marriage to the emperor required nourishment in the form of blood. The link between agriculture and human sacrifice was reinforced at every turn. Looking at this ritual now, it feels both shocking and strangely methodical. Every detail served a purpose. Every act reinforced the values of the society. The empire did not see cruelty, only order. Yet beneath that order was immense human cost. young women reduced to offerings in a system that left no room for mercy. I cannot help but imagine the silence of those who failed, carried off to death while their families stood powerless, trapped in the belief that the gods demanded it. This ritual of proving purity by blood shows clearly how the Aztec Empire combined intimacy, death, and survival into a single cycle. What should have been private became public. What should have been gentle became violent. And what should have been a promise of new life often ended in destruction. As the story continues, the rituals tied to virginity would grow even darker, revealing that when doubts arose, the empire's response was not to question belief, but to demand even greater proof from the bodies of its women. The Aztec Empire placed unbearable weight on the idea of purity, and when suspicion arose, the demands of proof could turn into acts of cruelty that are hard to comprehend. One of the most brutal examples was a ritual carried out when doubt surrounded a young woman, chosen for the emperor. If whispers spread that she was no longer untouched, it was not left to chance or trust. The priest demanded certainty, and certainty in their eyes meant opening the body itself. In front of the palace with the people gathered, the girl was brought forward. Her clothing was stripped away, leaving her exposed to all. There was no ceremony of honor, no attempt at dignity. She was laid upon a stone slab, the same kind used for sacrifices of war captives. And the priests began their work. They cut into her while she still breathed, tearing her body apart as the crowd looked on. The act was not seen as cruel, but as a necessary clarity. The empire claimed it was better to destroy one life than to risk divine anger through deceit. The moment was horrifying. The priest reached into her abdomen and removed the uterus, holding it up as proof. This was then carried with solemnity to the temple of the moon goddess. There it was offered as a plea for forgiveness, as though the girl's body had committed a crime against the gods. To them, the act was not murder, but purification. The empire demanded visible truth, and the truth, they believed, could only be found in flesh. It is grotesquely ironic to imagine a society so obsessed with order that it literally cuts open its daughters to settle rumors. The cruelty did not end with the girl's death. Her mother, herself, once a wife of the emperor, was forced into the ritual as well. She was made to lick her daughter's blood, a symbolic act meant to cleanse the family line. It was a punishment and a duty, a way of binding shame to atonement. To refuse would have been impossible, for refusal was defiance of both gods and empire. The humiliation and grief of that moment can scarcely be put into words. The empire turned a mother's sorrow into another tool of submission, ensuring that no family ever forgot the price of suspicion. For the crowd, the ritual was a lesson. By staging it before the palace, the priest reminded everyone of the consequences of impurity. The message was clear. No one was safe from scrutiny, and the gods demanded proof that could never be questioned. Fear was the glue that held this belief system together. Each sacrifice reinforced the idea that purity was not a private matter, but a public responsibility, one that families had to protect at all costs. This practice was tied to a larger pattern in Aztec culture. The empire thrived on turning the body into a vessel of meaning. Blood was truth, flesh was evidence, and death was resolution. It is striking to see how little space was left for trust or compassion. The smallest doubt became grounds for violence, and the community accepted it as part of their cosmic duty. In a modern sense, it would be like requiring surgery in the middle of a public square whenever someone's reputation was questioned. The symbolism of taking the uterus to the temple of the moon goddess also reveals much about the mindset of the time. The moon was tied to cycles of fertility, and so the offering of the womb was framed as a way to restore balance. By placing it on the altar, the priests claimed they were correcting disorder and returning harmony to the cosmos. Yet in reality, what was being offered was not balance, but the body of a young woman sacrificed to fear and suspicion. For the families involved, the ordeal was devastating. To lose a daughter was tragic, but to lose her in this way in public as an example to others left wounds that could not heal. Still, the empire demanded silence. Grief had to be hidden behind acceptance, and any sign of protest could lead to further punishment. Families learned to mask their sorrow, to present obedience even as they were broken. What makes this ritual so haunting is not only the brutality, but the belief that surrounded it. To the people of the empire, it was not madness but order. They believed that by cutting open the body, they were protecting the community from greater harm. This conviction reveals how far a society can go when fear of divine punishment outweighs human compassion. I find myself most struck by the way suspicion alone could end a life, and how a mother's love was turned into part of the punishment rather than a refuge from it. This episode shows clearly how fragile life was under the weight of Aztec ritual. Purity was never simply a matter of reputation, but a demand enforced with blood. The empire left no room for doubt, no space for forgiveness. Every whisper of suspicion could end in death, and every death became another stone in the foundation of belief. The story moves forward into the training of young boys, showing that the empire's demands on the body did not rest solely on women, but began shaping the heirs to power from childhood itself. In the Aztec Empire, preparation for rule did not begin with lessons in war or politics alone. For the young princes, training extended into areas that today might seem unimaginable. A boy born into the royal family was not simply a child, but a future vessel for the gods. His life was shaped from the earliest years to ensure that when he inherited power, he would embody both strength and ritual perfection. That meant his education included not only the skills of battle and governance, but also the techniques of intimacy. For sexuality in this world was not private, but tied directly to divine duty. When a boy of royal blood entered the first stages of puberty, he was taken to the temple of Zoipili, a god associated with music, dance, and the pleasures of life. This temple was not merely a place of worship, but also of instruction. Inside its walls, chosen women known as living goddesses were tasked with guiding him. Their role was not maternal or nurturing in the way we might think of teachers today. Instead, they were to show him the movements, positions, and practices that he would be expected to carry out later in ceremonies. To the Aztecs, this was not seen as exploitation, but as sacred education, an initiation into the mysteries of fertility and divine connection. The boy's lessons were structured. Each encounter was framed as a rehearsal for the future, where his body would no longer be his own, but an instrument for the empire. These women were not presented as lovers, but as guides, embodiment of deities who prepared him for ritual obligations. The acts were described as necessary, as part of the preparation for leading a people whose survival was believed to depend on such rituals. It almost reads like a twisted school curriculum, except the subject was not math or history, but the mechanics of ritualized sex. By the time the boy reached 12, the expectations intensified. He was no longer merely learning in private. He was expected to perform a ceremonial act of union in front of an audience. This public rite was framed as proof that he was ready to step into his role as heir, capable of embodying both human and divine power. The presence of priests, nobles, and attendants ensured that the event was witnessed, transforming what should have been a personal milestone into a political spectacle. The boy's body was displayed as evidence that he could carry the responsibilities of the empire. The community interpreted this ritual as reassurance. To see the young heir fulfill his role was to know that the continuity of divine order was secured. For the boy himself, however, it meant being stripped of childhood, pushed into adult expectations long before his years allowed for maturity. Yet, in the worldview of the Aztecs, this was not cruelty, but necessity. Their belief system left no space for adolescence as a time of innocence. Instead, every stage of life was woven into the fabric of duty and ritual. In a modern sense, it would be like a royal child, standing before a crowd to demonstrate not a speech or a skill in leadership, but his ability to perform intimacy, judged as if it were a civic requirement. The Temple of Xochitl itself reinforced the framing of these acts. Walls were decorated with images of flowers, music, and fertility symbols, making the space appear festive and sacred. Rather than harsh, the atmosphere suggested that the lessons being taught were joyful, sanctioned by the gods. Even though the reality for the child involved pressures and exposures he had no choice in accepting. What the empire called instruction was at its core a stripping away of the private self in favor of ritual obligation from the perspective of the royal family. This was an investment in the empire's survival. The heir had to be flawless not only in warfare and leadership, but also in carrying out the intimate rituals that kept the cosmic balance. The belief that crops, rain, and victories depended on such acts left no room for error. Training him from an early age was seen as the only way to guarantee that he would never falter in front of the gods or his people. It is telling that the first public act of a boy destined to rule was not a battle, not a proclamation, but a ritual of sex framed as a divine offering. The accounts describe the ceremonies, the roles of the priests in attendance, and the reactions of the crowd. They do not tell us what the boy thought, whether he felt pride, fear, or confusion. His individuality was lost to the demands of the empire. I find myself struck by how early the empire claimed ownership of its heirs, shaping them into instruments long before they had any chance to be themselves. This stage in the training of royal children shows the extent of Aztec discipline, a system where no part of life was spared from the demands of ritual. Even childhood was consumed by preparation for sacrifice and ceremony. The heir's first steps into adulthood were marked not by freedom, but by obligation. A reminder that in this empire, every life, even the life of a prince, was bound tightly to the service of the gods. The story of this education leads into the darker reality that not all heirs succeeded in meeting these expectations, and when they failed, the empire's punishments were as cruel as its demands. In the Aztec Empire, the expectations placed on a royal heir were more than most could bear. A boy born into privilege was not allowed the smallest measure of weakness, because weakness was not seen as personal, but as a danger to the cosmic order itself. His body was trained, his rituals rehearsed, and his role framed as essential for the stability of the empire. Yet when all the preparation led to failure, the punishment was not quiet correction, but public destruction. One of the most chilling accounts speaks of a young prince who, on the night of his first ritual union, did not satisfy the expectations of those who judged him. The ceremony was not simply a wedding night. It was meant to demonstrate before priests and witnesses that the heir could channel divine energy through the body of his bride. The girl was expected to show signs of trembling, interpreted not as her own experience, but as evidence that the gods themselves were present. When her body did not respond in the way the priest demanded, blame was placed entirely on the prince. To falter in intimacy was treated as a failure of cosmic responsibility. The empire believed that if the heir could not perform, the chain between humans and gods had been broken. The punishment came swiftly. The prince was stripped naked, his body displayed not as royal, but as shameful. He was hung upside down from a stone pillar within the palace grounds, his form left for all to see. For 3 days he remained suspended in this humiliating position. Each day priests came to drive needles into his knees, an act that combined both physical torture and symbolic meaning. Knees were tied to strength, to the ability to stand and carry weight. By piercing them, the priest mocked him as unworthy of standing as heir. His body was reduced from promise to warning, a reminder of what happened when a prince failed to embody divine expectations. The girl, who had been his wife only for a night, did not escape the ritual either. She was placed beside him, her body treated as lifeless even before death arrived. The two were bound together in failure, though it was the prince who bore the weight of blame. By the 3rd day, the punishment reached its final act. He was lowered from the pillar and buried alive, placed in the earth beside the corpse of the girl. This was framed as closure, a way of removing impurity from the empire by returning both bodies to the ground. The symbolism of being hung upside down carried meaning. 2. Inverting the body suggested disorder, a reversal of balance. It was a way of displaying that the air had fallen out of alignment with the cosmic order. The needles in the knees reinforced this message, crippling the very joints that carried the body forward. Every detail of the punishment was carefully chosen to express that he had failed not just himself, but the entire empire. For the people watching, this ritual was both terrifying and reassuring. Terrifying because it showed how fragile even royal life could be. Reassuring because it suggested that the empire left no weakness unpunished, that the gods could trust their people to purge imperfection. The spectacle was as much about control as about religion. Fear bound the community together, making obedience seem like survival. If compared to modern times, it would be like a nation executing a crown prince on live television because his wedding night did not meet public expectations. The story also reveals how deeply sexuality was woven into Aztec ideas of order. It was not treated as private or optional, but as a test of cosmic harmony. The body of the air was as much a tool as a weapon or a crown. When it failed, punishment followed in the same way it might for a lost war. The empire tolerated no separation between the personal and the political. Every aspect of life was drawn into ritual, and every ritual demanded perfection. For the family of the prince, the event must have been unbearable. To see a son not only stripped of dignity, but buried alive as a warning left scars that went beyond grief. Yet they could not resist or mourn openly. To do so would be to challenge the gods and the empire itself. In silence, they had to accept what was done, even as their lineage was reduced by the loss. It is difficult to imagine the weight of that silence, heavier than any cries could ever be. I find myself most unsettled by the thought that a child raised with such expectation could be discarded so completely. His life erased not for rebellion, but for failing to tremble a girl at the right moment. The practice also shows the limits of preparation. However carefully a boy was trained, however many rituals he rehearsed, he remained human. To demand divine performance from a child was to set him up for potential failure. Yet the empire did not recognize this. To them, the individual did not matter. Only the ritual did. And if the ritual failed, the individual was sacrificed to restore balance. The burial itself was framed as renewal. Placing the prince and his wife on the earth was meant to return their failed energy to the cycle of fertility. Their death became nourishment for the soil, just as other sacrifices were turned into offerings for the crops. Even punishment was folded back into the larger system of life and death. No action was wasted, no body left without symbolic use. This story leaves a clear picture of how unforgiving the Aztec system could be. Even the highest born were not exempt. Royal children might be trained with honor, but they lived under constant threat of ritual failure. When they succeeded, they embodied the empire. When they failed, they were consumed by it. The demands of the empire did not ease with age or status. They extended into public rituals that drew entire communities into acts of sexuality and sacrifice, reinforcing the belief that survival required constant offering of both body and blood. The Aztec calendar was filled with ceremonies that marked the rhythm of life, and few were as important as the festivals that called for rain. In a land where crops depended so heavily on the balance of the seasons, water was not taken for granted. When the dry months stretched too long, entire communities gathered to ask the gods for relief. Among these rituals was one that blurred the line between prayer and intimacy, where hundreds of couples were brought together in a public performance designed to summon the rains. It was not a private act, nor one born from affection. It was a duty framed as essential for survival. On the day of the rain festival, couples from across the community were chosen and assembled in the ceremonial plaza. They were placed before idols of the rain gods, surrounded by priests, and watched by the crowd. What might seem like a deeply personal act was instead staged openly, stripped of secrecy. The belief was that the energy created by these unions, performed together, would rise into the sky and call forth water. The bodies of the participants were seen not as belonging to themselves, but as tools in the constant dialogue between humans and gods. The rules of the ceremony were strict. The couples were not permitted to look at one another. Their gaze had to remain fixed on the idols, as though reminding them that the act was not for personal desire, but for divine purpose. Love or affection was forbidden, seen as a distraction, even as a weakness. What mattered was the offering of energy channeled upward to the heavens. To look into the eyes of a partner or to show tenderness or was to risk angering the gods, a sign that the act had been claimed by humans rather than offered as sacred. It is almost laughable that in this setting, the one thing not allowed during mass intimacy was any hint of actual love. The threat of punishment made the rules impossible to ignore. Priests stood ready with symbols of death in hand, the skulls of those who had been sacrificed in earlier rites. These were not decorations, but instruments of fear. If a couple dared to show affection, if a hand lingered too softly or a glance broke the rule, the priest struck them with the skulls. To be beaten with the remains of another person was more than pain. It was a reminder that death was always near, that every life was already tied to sacrifice. The crowd watched not with shame, but with expectation. For them this was not a spectacle in the sense of entertainment, but a necessity. The rains had to come, crops had to grow, families had to be fed. If the festival required the most private act to be carried out in public, then so be it. Survival demanded obedience, and obedience demanded the offering of human energy to the gods. In modern terms, it would be like gathering a town in a stadium and ordering couples to perform for the weather forecast under threat of punishment if they showed affection. The symbolism of the ritual went deeper than the act itself by turning intimacy into duty. The empire reinforced the idea that nothing was personal. Even the smallest details of human life were absorbed into the service of the gods. The rain was not believed to fall on its own, but to respond to human offerings. In this way, the empire turned every natural process into a cycle of demand and payment. If water did not come, the blame could fall on the participants, accused of failing to keep their thoughts pure or their eyes fixed. For the couples, the experience must have been deeply unsettling, stripped of privacy, turned into instruments for survival. They had to move through the ritual with no room for feeling. Love became a liability, tenderness a threat. The act that in other contexts created bonds between two people here became a way of erasing those bonds. dissolving individuality into the collective will of the empire. What might have been moments of connection became moments of fear carried out under the eyes of priests and community alike. The skulls themselves carried heavy meaning. They were reminders of past sacrifices, of lives already given for the gods. To be struck with one was to feel the weight of history on your body, the presence of those who had gone before. It was a warning as much as a punishment, saying that disobedience could turn you into the next skull to be used. Fear was constant, woven into the bones themselves, making obedience feel like the only path to survival. The Rain Festival reveals how thoroughly the Aztec world merged necessity with ritual. Hunger and thirst were not solved with tools or irrigation alone, but with acts of submission to the gods. The empire demanded that even love be stripped away if it threatened the ritual's purity. What was left was obedience, spectacle, and the constant reminder that every human act belonged first to the divine. I cannot help but feel that the silence after such a festival must have been heavy. Each couple returning home, not close to one another, but further apart, shaped more by fear than by intimacy. These ceremonies show how survival itself was bound to the loss of personal freedom. The rains that nourished the fields were thought to come only after the most private parts of life were turned outward, offered in full view of the community and the gods. In this way, the empire kept its people bound not just by force, but by belief, ensuring that even love could not escape the reach of ritual. This rain festival was dramatic enough, yet the Aztec world contained even darker rites, where not only the living, but even the dead were drawn into acts meant to bind humanity to the gods. The Aztec Empire was built on rituals that often blurred the boundaries between life, death, and the sacred. Among the strangest and most unsettling ceremonies were those that fused sexuality with offerings to idols, creating a world where symbols and flesh became indistinguishable. One account tells of a night when a high-ranking priest was commanded to carry out a ritual that even within this culture stood out for its disturbing nature. His task was to join the divine breath by uniting himself with a representation of a goddess. Not a living woman, but an idol shaped with parts of human remains. The setting for this ceremony was already heavy with violence. Before the priest could approach the idol, a virgin had been sacrificed. She was buried within stone, her body enclosed as part of the foundation of the ritual. The belief was that her purity was needed to awaken the presence of the goddess. Only then could the idol be treated as alive, ready to receive the priest. The statue itself was crafted with grotesque precision, designed to resemble a female form, but fitted with a womb made of preserved human skin. To the people of the empire, this was not perverse, but sacred, a channel through which the gods could manifest. The priest's role was to complete the ritual by uniting his body with this idol. He did so not in secrecy, but in the presence of other priests in attendance, who watched to ensure that the ceremony was performed correctly. The act was described as a merging of human and divine. A symbolic fertilization meant to strengthen the bond between the gods and the people. Yet to any outside observer, the sight of a man engaging with a lifeless idol built partly from human remains would have appeared horrifying. It is grimly absurd to think of a religion where intimacy with a statue could be considered an act of divine duty. The consequences of the ritual soon became clear. The priest did not leave the ceremony unharmed. Within days, infection set in, his body weakened by contact with untreated human tissue. He suffered as the illness spread, eventually dying in agony. Yet his death was not mourned as a tragedy. Instead, it was proclaimed as martyrdom, proof that he had given himself completely to the gods. His suffering was turned into evidence of devotion, and his name was remembered not with shame, but with honor. This transformation of pain into holiness reveals much about the Aztec worldview. Death was not an end, but a passage, and suffering was framed as proof of sincerity. The priest's fate was not considered a failure, but the fulfillment of his duty. The empire took what might seem like a grotesque misfortune and wove it into the larger story of sacrifice. In modern terms, it would be like a surgeon dying from an untreated infection after a reckless ritual and being celebrated as a saint rather than questioned for what went wrong. The crowd that heard of his death accepted it as part of the cost of devotion. In a society where blood was constantly offered to sustain the cosmos, one man's life given in this way was seen as another thread in the tapestry of balance. The idea that infection, rather than divine power, killed him would not have made sense in their framework. For them, the gods had claimed him, and that was enough to confirm his sanctity. The use of human skin in the idol also shows the Aztec tendency to blur lines between symbol and reality. An idol was not just carved from stone or wood. It became a living presence when infused with human remains, blood, or sacrifice. The womb of the goddess statue was meant to be real enough to receive life, even though it could never truly live. By forcing the priest into this union, the empire was attempting to bridge the gap between human ritual and divine fertility. The grotesque nature of the object was not seen as offensive, but as powerful, a sign that the gods were truly present. For the priest, there may have been no choice. His role in the hierarchy meant obedience was absolute. Refusal would not have been possible, and even hesitation could have been interpreted as betrayal. To carry out the ritual, no matter how degrading or dangerous, was the only path left to him. In this way, his life and death were both consumed by duty, leaving no room for individual will. I find it deeply unsettling that his final act, one that led to his painful death, was remembered not as his own choice, but as part of a system that erased him into symbolism. The account of this ritual underscores how far the Aztecs pushed the boundaries of their religious imagination. What might seem unimaginable today was to them a logical extension of their belief that the gods demanded human essence in all forms. Flesh, blood, and intimacy were all drawn into the cycle of offering, leaving no part of life untouched. Even statues, lifeless objects, were given roles in this system, turned into vessels that demanded the bodies of the living. This story also highlights the fragility of those who served at the heart of the empire. Priests were seen as guides and guardians, but they too were expendable when the gods required sacrifice. Their deaths could be turned into lessons, their suffering framed as proof of devotion. No one, not even the most respected, was safe from being consumed by the system they upheld. The image of a priest dying after uniting with a goddess statue may stand as one of the clearest signs of how the Aztec world bound sexuality and sacrifice into a single inseparable cycle. It shows a society willing to push beyond the boundaries of life itself, creating rituals where even death by disease became a holy act. The empire's rituals continued to evolve, and as they did, they placed increasing weight on the role of women, especially princesses, whose purity was tied not only to the gods, but to the honor and survival of entire dynasties. In the Aztec royal world, the worth of a woman was measured less by her character or her role in politics than by her purity. For princesses, the demand was even stricter. Their bodies were tied not only to their families, but also to the very image of the gods. To remain untouched meant the possibility of being called the mother of a god, a title of immense honor. To lose that purity, whether by choice or rumor, meant disgrace that no wealth or bloodline could repair. In this way, virginity was raised above titles, possessions, or noble rank. It became the single measure by which a princess's value was judged. If a princess was found to be no longer intact, the punishment was swift. She was stripped of her privileges, removed from the palace, and confined to a temple. In this space, she was not treated with dignity, but kept apart from the world, marked as unworthy. Even the ground itself was considered too sacred for her feet. She was forced to walk only on mats or to be carried, so that her skin would never touch the earth again. What might seem like reverence was in fact humiliation. It was a reminder to all that she had fallen from grace, no longer fit to stand as a vessel of divine honor. This loss of status was permanent. Once condemned, there was no path back to recognition. The girl's body became a prison, her life defined by a single judgment. Family suffered with her, their reputation damaged by her failure. The empire made sure that the consequences of impurity were heavy enough to keep every household vigilant, guarding their daughters as though guarding their own survival. It is grimly ironic that the daughter of a king could hold no power at all if she failed to bleed at the right moment. The harshest punishments, however, were reserved for those who dared to love outside the rules. If a princess gave her affection to an ordinary man, the penalty was death by fire. She was burned alive, her hair and her womb destroyed with her. The symbolism of destroying both hair and uterus was clear beauty and fertility. The two qualities most prized were consumed in flames as a warning to others. Love, which might elsewhere be celebrated, was here treated as betrayal of the gods in the empire. The act erased not only the individual, but her potential lineage. For the community, these punishments reinforced the message that purity was more than personal. It was political and religious. A princess was not seen as a woman with choices, but as a vessel meant to uphold the honor of the gods. Her body was tied to the empire's identity, and her failure was framed as a cosmic danger. By controlling her most intimate experiences, the empire reinforced its control over every aspect of life. In a modern sense, it would be like sentencing a royal daughter to death for dating a commoner, as though love itself threatened the state. The temple life of disgraced princesses shows another layer of the system. They were not killed if suspicion was not tied to rebellion, but they were made to live as shadows, isolated and controlled. They became symbols of what not to do. The temple became both a prison and a stage, showing the people what happened when purity was lost. Other young women saw this and knew that their futures depended on obedience. The fear of humiliation, perhaps even more than the fear of death, kept the system in place. The rituals around virginity also reveal how deeply the Aztecs tied women's bodies to cosmic order. To them, a pure womb was not simply a biological state, but a spiritual vessel capable of bringing gods into the world. To lose that purity meant losing the possibility of divine motherhood. And so, the punishment was framed as natural justice. The empire turned human biology into destiny, erasing individuality and replacing it with symbolism. Families of these women bore the shame just as heavily. A princess's failure was not seen as hers alone, but as a curse on her entire lineage. Brothers, fathers, and mothers all suffered the loss of status. This collective punishment reinforced discipline across households, ensuring that everyone worked to guard against the possibility of failure. The body of one young woman became the measure by which an entire family's honor was judged. Looking back at these practices, what strikes hardest is how fragile the lives of royal daughters were. Born into privilege, they lived under pressure greater than most could endure. Their every step was watched, their every choice weighed against the expectation of purity. A single mistake, or even the appearance of one, could erase their future and destroy their family's standing. I cannot help but think of how lonely such a life must have been, where even love was a danger and trust was impossible. The story of virginity valued above rank shows clearly how the Aztec Empire turned private life into a public arena, where bodies were judged and controlled in the name of cosmic balance. It reveals a world where titles and wealth meant nothing if purity was questioned, and where women carried burdens that were impossible to escape. As the narrative moves forward, the consequences of these strict rules become even more violent. For when a princess dared to flee with the man she loved, the punishment reached far beyond herself, consuming the lives of entire communities. Among the Aztecs, the choices of a royal daughter were never her own. Her body and her future belonged to the gods and to the empire. So when one princess chose to escape that fate, the consequences fell not only on her, but on everyone around her. The story tells of a girl who fled with the man she loved. A man of no noble birth, a man whose only crime was winning her affection. For most societies, such an act might have been a scandal, perhaps a punishment for the couple alone. In the Aztec world, it became cause for massacre, a punishment designed to erase not only their love, but the entire community that had sheltered it. When the emperor discovered his daughter's flight, he did not order her immediate death. To kill her might have seemed simple, even merciful. Instead, he turned his wrath outward. He commanded that the village of her lover be destroyed, its people slaughtered in numbers that stunned even those accustomed to sacrifice. 1,000 lives were taken in the name of honor, their blood spilled not for crops or rain, but for revenge. The act was explained as a way to cleanse the shame her love had brought upon the empire, a way to restore balance between gods and ruler. But behind the explanation lay rage, fear, and the need to show that no act of defiance could ever pass without overwhelming response. The princess herself was spared, though spared is perhaps the wrong word. Her life became a living punishment. She was blinded, so she could never again look upon the man she loved, or the world she had tried to choose. She was silenced, forbidden from speaking, her voice taken as though it were too dangerous to be heard. She lived on in the palace, a figure of warning rather than a daughter of pride. To see her was to be reminded that love outside ritual could destroy not only individuals, but entire communities. It is almost absurd that one young woman's attempt to follow her heart could cost the lives of 1,000 villages. The destruction of the man's village carried meaning beyond vengeance. It was political theater, a statement to every tribe within the empire. If a royal daughter could not love freely, then no one could imagine disobedience without expecting ruin. By punishing the many for the act of two, the emperor multiplied fear, ensuring that loyalty was not only expected but enforced through terror. Families across the empire learned the lesson. Guard your daughters, restrain their desires, and, above all, never let them forget that their lives belong to the gods and the crown. For the people of the destroyed village, their deaths were framed as a sacrifice. Though they had no choice in the matter, the priests spoke of their blood-cleansing dishonor. But to the survivors, who were left homeless, it must have felt less like divine order and more like punishment for something they had not chosen. The empire used religious language to hide brutality, transforming an act of slaughter into a ritual of purification. In modern terms, it would be like a king ordering the destruction of an entire town simply because his daughter had eloped with one of its residents. The fate of the princess shows another layer of cruelty. Death might have been swift, but the empire preferred to keep her alive. Her suffering stretched over decades. She became a living reminder, her blindness and silence used as tools of power. In the palace she was present, but invisible, a shadow among the splendor of ritual. Those who saw her could never forget the price of disobedience. Her life was not her own, but a sentence carried out day by day, year by year. What stands out is how the empire used her body as both symbol and punishment. By leaving her alive, they displayed control more complete than death could provide. She could not escape, could not resist, and could not forget. Every breath she took was framed as obedience, every silence as a confession. In this way, her suffering served the empire as effectively as the deaths of 1,000 villagers. For her family, the burden must have been immense. The emperor might have seen his actions as protecting divine order, but beneath the ritual language lay the destruction of his own bloodline. To punish his daughter so completely was to admit that even within his own household, love and desire could not be controlled without violence. Families across the empire would have seen this and known that no bond, not even the bond between father and daughter, could outweigh the demands of ritual and rule. I find myself most troubled by the thought of her long years in silence. Her world closed in darkness, punished not with death, but with life itself turned into a prison. The massacre of a village and the mutilation of a princess reveal how far the Aztecs would go to maintain their system of purity and order. Love, affection, or rebellion were not private matters but threats to the empire's survival, punished with disproportionate cruelty. The message was not only for the gods, but for the people, ensuring obedience through fear and turning individuals into warnings. This story does not stand alone. It was part of a larger pattern in which sexuality was not a matter of choice, but a currency used in politics, diplomacy, and power. The lives of women in particular were often given or taken as offerings, not for themselves, but for the empire. In the Aztec Empire, sexuality was never simply personal. It was a resource to be controlled, directed, and offered where the empire believed it could serve a greater purpose. Nowhere is this clearer than in the way the emperor used the women of his harem as instruments of diplomacy. When peace was at stake or alliances needed to be secured, gifts were not limited to gold, feathers, or cacao. Sometimes the offering was a woman. To the Aztecs, this was not considered shameful, but practical, a way of demonstrating trust and sealing agreements. Her body became part of the negotiation, turned into a token of exchange, as ordinary as goods on a merchant stall. When foreign emissaries came to the capital, they were often received with grandeur. Processions displayed the empire's wealth, and rituals showed the favor of the gods. Yet behind the public display, another exchange could be arranged. The emperor might summon one of the women from his harem and assign her to the visitor. It was not framed as indulgence, but as obligation, a gesture that said the empire was willing to share what was most intimate in order to secure peace. The woman herself had no say. Her presence was meant to demonstrate generosity. Her role defined not by her wishes, but by the empire's needs. The demands did not stop at appearances. The emissary was expected to be served before agreements were sealed. This was not merely symbolic, but physical, a ritual of consummation that carried political meaning. The idea was that satisfaction of the guest body was tied to satisfaction of his political demands. If he left the chamber pleased, he was expected to leave the city at peace. If not, the consequences could be severe. It is bleakly comical that the fate of entire villages could depend on whether a foreign official enjoyed a night in the emperor's palace. The stakes for the woman's family were extraordinary. If the emissary declared dissatisfaction, punishment fell not on her alone, but on her entire community. An entire village could be condemned to starvation, denied food until the gods were said to be appeased. This turned every act of intimacy into a test with consequences measured in hundreds of lives. What was framed as hospitality was in reality coercion, binding women and their families into the empire's politics without their consent. In modern terms, it would be like a head of state offering a daughter or attendant as part of a trade deal. And if the visiting diplomat complained, punishing her entire hometown with famine, the women chosen for these roles came from many different places. Often they were daughters of conquered tribes taken into the harem as part of tribute. Their presence in the palace already symbolized submission, and their use in diplomacy deepened that message. They became extensions of the emperor's will, tools for both internal order and external negotiation. To them, survival depended on obedience. To resist was unthinkable, not only because of the power of the emperor, but because their refusal could doom their families. Far away, The ceremonies surrounding these exchanges cloaked the acts in ritual. Offerings of incense and food were placed in the chambers, and prayers were spoken to frame the union as sacred rather than transactional. But the truth was clear. These were acts of politics disguised as devotion, moments where the bodies of women became currency. The gods were invoked as justification, but the purpose was peace, control, or advantage in trade. For the emissaries, the message was unmistakable. To accept the emperor's gift was to enter into an agreement of trust. To reject it could be seen as an insult, as defiance of hospitality. The structure of the exchange ensured that foreign rulers understood the reach of the emperor's power, even in the most intimate matters. To take what was offered was to recognize the empire's dominance. To refuse was to risk war. The silence of the women involved hangs heavily over these accounts. Their voices are absent, their names rarely preserved. They appear only as instruments in stories of men and power. Yet their presence was essential, for without them these diplomatic rituals could not function. They bore the weight of agreements that shaped the fate of nations. Even though they themselves had no power to choose, I find it most unsettling that peace itself, something meant to preserve life, was bought at the price of women whose own lives were never considered their own. This use of women as currency shows how thoroughly the Aztec Empire blurred boundaries between body, politics, and survival. To them, there was no contradiction in using intimacy as a tool of negotiation. Just as blood could feed the gods, so too could flesh maintain alliances. The empire demanded offerings in every form, and in doing so turned private life into an extension of statecraft. The story of women used as currency also sets the stage for even darker rituals, where the object of union was not even a living man, but relics of the dead showing how far the empire could push the logic of sacrifice in its search for cosmic balance. The Aztec Empire believed that life and death were bound together by rituals, and some of the most unsettling ceremonies blurred the line between the living and the remains of the dead. Among these was a practice said to open the gateway to the underworld. A ritual where a young woman was forced into union not with a man, not even with a god's idol, but with the skull of an ancestor. The act was framed as symbolic, but for the girl, it was no less real. Her body became the instrument through which priests claimed to reach beyond the world of the living. A sacrifice designed to awaken forces that lay beneath the earth. The ritual began with solemn preparation. The girl was chosen not for her consent, but for her symbolic purity. She was dressed in garments painted with black and red patterns, colors tied to death and rebirth. In front of her was placed the fossilized skull of an ancestor, sometimes enclosed within a carved casing to preserve it. The priest declared that this skull was not merely bone, but a doorway, a vessel that carried the spirit of the underworld. The girl was ordered to sit upon it, her body pressed against what was believed to be the threshold between worlds. The act of symbolic intercourse was carried out under strict supervision. Priests circled the girl, chanting while the people stood nearby to witness. The scene was not meant to resemble passion, but to embody submission, the merging of living flesh with ancestral remains. To them, the act was sacred theater, proof that the community was willing to offer its most vulnerable in exchange for divine connection. Yet, behind the ritual words was a brutal truth. A young life forced into degradation to satisfy a vision of cosmic order. It is almost absurd that the key to entering the underworld was thought to be a girl sitting upon a skull. The ritual did not end with this act. Once the symbolic union was complete, the girl was bound with cords. There was no release, no return to ordinary life. She was rolled down the side of a mountain, her body tumbling against rock until it came to rest, broken and lifeless. To the priests, this was the completion of the offering. To the crowd, it was the moment when the gateway was said to open, her fall into the earth, mirroring the descent of the soul into the underworld. Her body was left as an offering to the stones, claimed by the land itself. As for the skull, it too met a violent end. When it struck the ground, it shattered. Inside, hidden for generations, was a blade. This was not an ordinary knife, but one that had already been used to kill hundreds in sacrifice. Its presence was symbolic, a reminder that every ritual was part of a chain stretching back through time. The deaths of the past were carried into the present, their memory preserved in the objects the priests used. By revealing the blade at the end of the ritual, the priest showed that the girl's death was not hers alone, but part of a long line of sacrifices. In a modern sense, it would be like discovering that a ceremonial relic at a state ritual contained the weapon used in countless executions, and then using it to mark the end of another victim's life. Crowd's response was not horror, but belief. They shouted and chanted as the girl fell, interpreting her death as proof that the gods had accepted the offering. The broken skull and revealed blade were taken as signs of approval, as if the underworld itself had spoken. To those present, the ritual affirmed the connection between life, death, and cosmic balance. To the girl, however, there was no redemption. Her story ended not in honor, but in silence. Her body consumed by a belief that left no room for her voice. The use of ancestral remains in this way shows how deeply the Aztecs blurred the line between reverence and brutality. Skulls were not simply memorials, but tools. Their presence turned into vessels for ritual acts. By combining them with living bodies, the empire reinforced the idea that past and present, life and death were inseparable. Every sacrifice was tied to those who had come before, creating an endless cycle where the dead demanded the living. For families, the loss of a daughter to such a ritual must have been devastating, though open grief was not permitted. They were told that her death brought honor, that she had played a role in keeping the empire safe. Yet the reality was one of coercion, her life taken not by her choice, but by decree. The weight of such silence must have been immense, a sorrow buried beneath ritual words. I find myself most shaken by the thought of how ordinary people accepted this as natural, while for the girl, it was nothing but terror and destruction. The story of the girl and the skull reveals the extremes to which the Aztec Empire went in seeking connection with the divine. Nothing was spared, not even the dignity of the dead or the lives of the innocent. The belief that the underworld could be opened by such ritual shows how far faith can stretch, when survival is thought to depend on it. This ritual of skull and sacrifice was not the end. The empire also created roles for women who were raised from birth not to live as individuals, but to serve as embodiment of goddesses destined to be given up in blood when the time came. In the Aztec Empire, not every girl was raised to be a daughter, a wife, or a servant. Some were chosen from birth to live as living symbols of the gods. These girls were called the embodiment of divine women, kept apart from ordinary life and treated as if they belonged to another world. Their purpose was not to find love or to build families. Their existence was framed as sacred, and that meant it was bound to end not in a home, but on an altar. From their earliest years, they were told through ritual and rule that their lives were not their own. The restrictions placed on them were severe. They were not permitted to look directly into the eyes of men, for to do so was thought to pollute the divine essence they carried. Even something as simple as a smile was forbidden, since joy shared with another could be interpreted as desire. Their voices were kept soft, their movements slow, their lives marked by constant reminders that they were different. Every gesture was controlled, every moment monitored. To outsiders, it might have seemed that they were honored, but in truth, they were being prepared for sacrifice. These girls grew up inside temple compounds, watched closely by priestesses who ensured that they remained untouched by ordinary life. Their food, clothing, and daily routines were shaped by ritual. They were adorned with feathers and paint during ceremonies, displayed as sacred figures, yet always kept distant from the people who gazed upon them. Their beauty was framed not as something for love, but as something destined for offering. It is almost absurd that a society could raise children not to live, but to die beautifully in front of a crowd. By the time they reached the age of 17, the expectation was clear. They were brought before the stone altar dressed in ceremonial garments, their bodies painted with symbols of fertility and life. The moment was described as their blooming, but it was a bloom that ended in blood. On the altar, they were cut open in front of the community, their lives poured out as an offering to the gods. The priests framed it as a release, the final fulfillment of the role they had carried since birth. The people were told that their deaths brought renewal, ensuring fertility for the land and balance for the empire. The community accepted this without question. For them, the girl's sacrifice was a celebration, a moment when the gods were said to be closest. The silence of her upbringing was replaced by chants, drums, and cries as her blood was spilled. Yet, what the people saw as divine fulfillment was, in truth, the destruction of a young life that had never been given a chance to choose. In modern terms, it would be like raising daughters in isolation, never allowing them to speak or smile, only to kill them on their 17th birthday as part of a national holiday. The parents of such girls lived in a complicated position. On one hand, having a daughter chosen as a divine embodiment brought honor to the family. On the other hand, it guaranteed that she would never grow into adulthood, never know ordinary joys. Families were expected to show pride, to act as though her death was a privilege. But beneath that expectation must have been grief. To lose a child is heavy enough, but to lose her in this way, knowing she had never lived a free life, must have left wounds that could not be spoken aloud. The empire framed these sacrifices as necessary. The belief was that by giving up the most perfect and pure, the gods would be satisfied, and the world would continue. Crops would grow, rains would fall, and enemies would be defeated. Without such offerings, the empire feared collapse. In this way, the body of a girl became more than herself. It became the foundation of cosmic survival. The temples reinforced this belief. The stone altars, the carved idols, and the chanting of priests all combined to turn what was in essence a killing into what people believed was divine renewal. The girl's life was consumed by ritual from her birth to her death, leaving no space for individuality. She was never seen as a daughter, never as a woman with choices, but only as a vessel destined to be broken open at the right time. What remains most disturbing in reflection is not just the act itself, but the system that made it feel ordinary. To the Aztecs, this was not cruelty, but beauty, not loss, but offering. The contrast between the lives these girls might have lived and the lives they were forced into is sharp and painful. I cannot help but think of the silence of a 17-year-old standing before the altar, never having laughed freely or loved openly. Her entire life reduced to the moment when the knife descended. The story of these living embodiments shows how the Aztec Empire demanded sacrifice not only from captives or criminals, but from its own children. It reveals a world where life was measured not by what was lived, but by what could be given to the gods. This practice of raising girls to die highlights how deeply the empire fused human existence with divine demand, and it leads naturally into the darker rituals, where even the most private parts of the body, such as menstrual blood, were consumed in ceremonies of power. In the Aztec world, the line between nourishment, ritual, and horror often blurred. Among the most disturbing accounts is the story of a ruler who believed that blood carried the purest form of energy and that not all blood was the same. He became convinced that the most powerful essence flowed from young women at the time of menstruation. To him, this was not impurity, but the strongest life force, a gift from the gods that could be consumed to extend his own years. When he turned to this practice, it was not in secrecy, but in ritual, framed as a sacred act carried out before priests in attendance who recorded it as devotion rather than indulgence. The ceremony was elaborate. 5 girls were chosen, each prepared with purification rituals to mark them as worthy vessels. They were brought before the ruler still alive, their bodies treated as sources of energy rather than as individuals. Priests collected the blood directly, ensuring that it flowed fresh, and mixed it with sacred wine. The liquid was presented to the king in ceremonial vessels painted with divine symbols. The act was framed as drinking life itself, a way of drawing divine power into his body. To him, it was not grotesque, but holy. It is almost absurd to imagine a king convinced that menstrual blood was the secret recipe for immortality. The girls, however, paid the price. The extraction of blood weakened them severely. 3 of the 5 did not survive the ritual. Their deaths were explained as sacrifices, necessary losses in the pursuit of balance. The king did not mourn them. Their deaths were presented to the community as proof of the gods' willingness to give power to their chosen ruler. Only in this way could his consumption be justified as more than indulgence. The empire's logic turned their suffering into evidence of divine favor. The ruler himself lived for 3 more years after this ceremony, His survival was interpreted as success, a sign that the blood had truly given him strength. Yet those years were marked not by clarity, but by decay of the mind. Reports speak of him losing reason each night, wandering in confusion, speaking nonsense, and frightening his attendants. His life may have been extended, but it was not a life of dignity. Still, in the framework of the empire, even this was framed as a divine mystery rather than a failure. In modern terms, it would be like a head of state drinking what he claimed was a miracle tonic, killing the donors in the process, then stumbling through the final years of his reign in madness, while his people insisted it proved divine power. The symbolism of the ritual reflects the Aztec view of blood as sacred. To them, it was not simply fluid, but essence, carrying life force that connected humans to gods. By choosing menstrual blood, the rulers sought the most concentrated form of fertility and renewal. It was believed that this essence contained not only human strength, but also the power of cycles that mirrored the moon, the seasons, and the cosmos itself. To consume it was to merge with those cycles, to pull them into one's body as protection against death. For the girls involved, their role was never voluntary. Their families may have been told it was an honor, but the outcome was suffering and death. Their lives were consumed for the sake of a ruler's fear of mortality. In this sense, the ritual reveals the cruelty hidden beneath the grandeur of Aztec devotion. It was framed as sacred, but it was also desperation, a king clinging to power through the destruction of those most vulnerable. The community accepted this practice as they accepted many others. To question it would have been unthinkable, both because of fear of punishment and because belief in the sacred power of blood was so deeply woven into the culture. For them, the deaths of 3 girls were tragic but necessary, overshadowed by the survival of the ruler who embodied the empire itself. The logic of sacrifice made their loss not personal, but collective, folded into the story of divine order. The aftermath of the ritual left a clear message. The ruler's madness was interpreted not as weakness, but as further proof of his closeness to the gods. Ordinary people were told that his strange behavior came from being too near to divine energy, his mind overwhelmed by the force he had absorbed. This explanation reinforced the belief that even destruction and confusion could be signs of holiness. The empire turned what might have looked like failure into another piece of evidence that the gods were at work. Reflecting on this ritual, it is difficult not to see the imbalance between what was claimed and what was done. The search for longevity destroyed the very lives it depended on, and the extension it provided was filled with decline. The girls died in silence, their blood consumed in front of crowds that saw their deaths as sacred. The ruler stumbled through his last years, remembered not for wisdom, but for madness disguised as sanctity. I find myself most unsettled by how ordinary people must have accepted the deaths of young women as nothing more than steps in the preservation of a failing man. This story of blood and desperation shows how far the Aztec Empire was willing to go to keep rulers alive, even when the cost was unbearable. It also reveals the empire's broader belief that no boundary existed between body and cosmos. That every fluid, every act could be transformed into a bridge to the divine. From here, the narrative turns back toward the role of family and community. For even the creation of royal children was bound to ritual, with conception itself staged not in private, but in the open gaze of priests and attendants within the royal family. Even the act of conception was not left to chance or privacy. The beginning of a child's life was framed as a sacred duty, one that demanded oversight from priests and witnesses. To create an heir was not only a matter of lineage, but also a matter of cosmic order. Every birth had to be prepared through ritual so that the gods themselves could be tied to the new life. What should have been a quiet and personal moment between two people was transformed into a public ceremony under the gaze of many. The place chosen was never a bedchamber. It was the temple. Beneath carved stone ceilings and before painted idols, the ritual unfolded. 12 witnesses carefully selected were brought in to ensure that the act was observed and recorded as sacred. They were not there to intrude, but to confirm that the process was properly aligned with divine expectation. Incense filled the air, thick with the smell of burning herbs, while drums echoed through the chamber. The sound and smoke created an atmosphere that was more staged than home, more ritual than intimacy. The couple, usually the emperor and his consort, were expected to carry out the union under this watchful structure. To falter would have been to risk divine disapproval. Every movement was framed as service to the gods, not an expression of affection. The act itself was described not as love, but as offering, a way of ensuring that the child conceived was bound to the divine order from the very first moment. It is strangely comical to imagine conception treated like a public festival with drummers and incense instead of silence and privacy. Once the ritual was complete, the focus shifted to the woman. She was not allowed to simply rise and leave. Instead, a priest approached her, placing his hand on her abdomen. This gesture was said to transmit divine force, a blessing meant to secure the child's destiny. The touch of the priest symbolized that the gods themselves had entered the body, that the new life growing inside was more than human. The idea was that only through such intervention could a child truly be royal, carrying not just bloodline but cosmic authority. For the people, the knowledge of such rituals reinforced the image of their rulers as chosen. The emperor's children were not born as ordinary infants, but as beings already linked to the gods. Their very conception was proof that the empire remained in harmony with divine order. This belief gave political power a sacred foundation. No one could easily question a ruler whose existence was said to have begun under the hand of priests and the watch of idols. In a modern sense, it would be like requiring government officials and clergy to stand in attendance at a conception to certify that the future child belonged as much to the state as to the family. The cost of this system, however, fell on the individuals involved. The mother, in particular, was denied privacy or choice. Her role was treated not as personal, but as a sacred function. She was prepared, guided, and even inspected. Her body turned into a vessel that belonged to the empire as much as to herself. For her, the moment of conception was not one of tenderness, but of weight, a performance in which she had no voice. The symbolism of 12 witnesses also carried meaning. 12 was tied to cycles of the calendar, the movements of the heavens, and the structure of ritual time. By having 12 people present, The ceremony aligned human reproduction with cosmic rhythm. The child conceived in this setting was believed to carry that alignment within, marked by the order of the universe itself. Numbers, sounds, and gestures all work together to transform human life into cosmic symbolism. Families of the women involved would have felt both pride and fear. Pride that their daughter had become part of such a sacred duty, but fear that failure might bring shame. If conception did not result in a child, or if the ceremony was judged imperfect, blame might fall not only on the woman, but on her entire lineage. In this way, the empire spread responsibility outward, ensuring that obedience and vigilance were constant. What remains most striking is the lack of separation between public and private. For the Aztec elite, nothing was left untouched by ritual. Even the most intimate beginnings of life were claimed by the gods and witnessed by the community. The child that resulted was never simply a child, but a figure of empire, shaped before birth into a symbol of divine connection. I find myself most unsettled by the thought of parents entering such a moment not with closeness, but with the knowledge that dozens of eyes and divine expectation weighed on every gesture. This practice of ritualized conception shows how deeply the Aztec world believed that survival depended on constant offerings and alignments. To them, a child born without ceremony might have seemed fragile, unprotected by the gods by controlling the beginning of life so completely. They believed they were ensuring the strength of the empire itself. From here, the story moves toward the darker reality of what happened when those rituals failed. When birth did not bring the desired heir. In such cases, the empire's response was not mercy, but violence, often directed at the very women meant to preserve its future. In the palaces of the Aztec rulers, the arrival of a child was never a private family event. It was a public judgment believed to reveal whether the ritual surrounding conception had pleased the gods. When a queen gave birth to a boy, the empire celebrated it as proof that the ceremonies had succeeded. When a girl was born, the explanation was often framed as an error, as though the woman had somehow disrupted the cosmic order. One of the most harrowing stories describes a queen who gave birth to a daughter and was punished with cruelty that stripped her of life, dignity, and even memory. The belief was simple, but brutal. A son meant the emperor's line would continue strong and divine. A daughter in this worldview meant that something had gone wrong. Priests and nobles whispered that the queen had made mistakes in ritual, that her impurity had tainted the process. For the emperor, this was not only personal disappointment, but also a public embarrassment. To admit that fate could deliver a daughter was unthinkable. So blame was placed on his wife. Her body became the target for rage disguised as devotion. The act itself was carried out at night. While she slept, attendants forced her down. The emperor ordered her strangled, her breath taken from her before she could even cry out. Death alone, however, was not considered enough. Her body was mutilated, her back stripped of skin in an act framed as purification. This skin was treated as an offering, a grotesque attempt to convince the gods that the mistake had been acknowledged and corrected. The rest of her body was thrown into a pit of human waste, buried not with ceremony, but with contempt, as though her failure had erased every honor she once held. It is almost absurd to think of a world where the difference between a boy and a girl at birth determined whether a queen would be skinned alive. The empire did not present this as cruelty. Priests declared it necessary, explaining that her death restored harmony. People were told that the queen's suffering cleansed the empire of error and allowed the gods to forgive. Her execution was reframed as a ritual sacrifice, the language of holiness used to disguise what was in truth punishment born of fear and anger. In this way, the empire transformed murder into devotion, leaving no space for pity or doubt. The child she left behind was treated with equal strangeness. The little girl was spared, but her life was not her own. From the beginning, she was dressed in sacred garments and set apart as if she were divine. She was carried in ceremonies as a symbol of purity, honored not as a daughter, but as a vessel chosen by the gods. Yet she was forbidden from speaking, her voice silenced as though her words could disturb the fragile order that had cost her mother's life. What should have been a life of privilege became a living cage filled with restrictions that denied her the simplest human freedoms. This contradiction defined the Aztec system. A child was raised like a goddess, but denied the ability to laugh, to talk, to live as a person. Silence was demanded, obedience enforced. The community looked on and accepted it as a balance, believing that her presence kept them in favor with the gods. Few questioned the cost to the girl herself. In modern times, it would be like celebrating a princess as sacred, while also forbidding her to ever open her mouth or live outside the palace walls. For the emperor, this solution allowed him to claim that the birth had not been a failure, but transformation. By turning the daughter into a divine figure, he covered his shame and reinforced the appearance of power. Yet the reality was darker. His wife had been destroyed, his child imprisoned in ritual, and his rule maintained only through violence. The cost of protecting divine order was borne entirely by women whose bodies were judged, punished, and reshaped by rules they had no power to escape. For families, such stories were warnings. Mothers knew that their survival depended on delivering sons, and daughters understood that their value was conditional. To give birth became not only a matter of life, but a gamble, one where the outcome could destroy more than a single person. Fear seeped into every stage of family life, reinforced by tales of queens stripped of their skin, and children silenced for life. What lingers most in reflection is the silence that must have filled the palace after such an event. A queen gone, a child paraded, but forbidden to speak, and attendants forced to act as though balance had been restored. The grandeur of ritual hid grief, but the cost was etched into the lives of those who remained. I find myself unsettled by the thought of a little girl carried like a goddess, worshipped in silence, while the shadow of her mother's mutilation followed her everywhere. This story of punishment and transformation highlights how fragile life was under the demands of the empire. Even those closest to the emperor were not protected. Birth, which should have been a moment of joy, became a trial judged by gods and priests. And when the outcome did not fit expectations, blood and suffering followed. From here, the narrative turns toward another layer of this belief system, where death during intimacy was not considered failure, but the highest form of offering. a passage framed as noble rather than tragic. Death in the Aztec Empire was never treated as a private ending. It was woven into ritual, shaped into meaning, and transformed into an offering. For some men, particularly warriors, who had reached the end of their usefulness in battle, death did not come quietly. Instead, it was staged as part of ceremonies that fused intimacy and sacrifice. These men were chosen to die while engaged in sexual rites, their final moments framed not as decline, but as service. The Empire told them that this was honor, that their bodies could be turned into vessels for one last gift to the gods. The preparation was deliberate. The warriors selected were often older, men who had fought for years and whose strength was fading. Rather than allow them to disappear into obscurity, the priest declared that they would give themselves through a ritual union. On the day of the ceremony, they were given a potion, a mixture designed to dull their senses and soften the edge of pain. What followed was not simply physical union, but a carefully timed sequence. As the act continued, the priests opened their bodies, letting blood flow until their hearts gave out. Death was aligned with intimacy, each heartbeat seen as a drumbeat of offering. The women involved in these rites were chosen with equal care. They were not considered partners but vessels, their presence necessary to complete the symbolism. The union of man and woman was interpreted as the merging of human and divine, the act of fertility, turned into a doorway to sacrifice. Once the man died, the woman's fate was sealed as well. She too was killed, her body consumed in the ritual so that both could be sent together into fire. Their corpses were burned side by side, described by priests as entering a state of eternal union. It is darkly ironic that what was called eternal union was, in fact, to bodies reduced to ash on the same pyre. The community was invited to witness. Drums beat steadily, incense clouded the air, and chants filled the temple courtyard. What to outsiders might have looked like cruelty was presented to the Aztec people as beauty. The fire consuming the bodies was seen as light given to the gods, the smoke carrying their essence upward. Children and adults alike watched, learning once again that the Empire demanded every part of life, even the end of it, to be framed as service. For the warriors, this ritual was described as an honor. To die in bed rather than on the battlefield might have been seen as shame, but the Empire gave it new meaning by tying it to sacrifice. In this way, the men were told that their deaths were still glorious, still useful to the gods. Yet beneath the ritual words lay a reality of exhaustion, age, and coercion. These men were not given a choice of quiet rest. Their deaths were staged, their bodies stripped of dignity in service to an idea greater than themselves. In modern terms, it would be like sending retired soldiers to ceremonial death staged as theater, applauded by the public as a noble tradition. The symbolism of fire mattered greatly. Burning the bodies together was meant to erase separation, to present their union as complete. Ashes carried upward by smoke were said to mingle with the breath of the gods. This belief transformed the brutality of the act into poetry for the community, convincing them that what they saw was not destruction, but continuation. The narrative turned loss into eternal presence. Even as families stood in silence, knowing that husbands, fathers, and daughters were gone forever. For the women, the burden was even heavier. Their role was framed as essential. Yet, they were erased from the story almost entirely, rarely named, rarely remembered. They were treated as extensions of the ritual rather than as individuals. Their deaths were justified as necessary to complete the symbol, to make the union whole. Their voices were absent, their consent irrelevant, their fate sealed from the moment they were chosen. Looking back at these practices, what lingers most is the silence of those involved. The warrior drugged into half-consciousness, the woman bound by ritual, the crowd chanting as if death were triumph. All of it reveals a society that turned intimacy into theater for the gods. I find myself most unsettled by the thought of an old fighter, once celebrated for his strength, ending his days in confusion, cut open while incense burned, his body consumed in a ritual that called itself eternal love. These sacrifices reinforced the Empire's vision of order, where nothing was wasted, and even death was transformed into fuel for the gods. For the community, it provided reassurance that the cosmos remained balanced. For the individuals, it stripped away choice and left only ritualized ends. From here, the story moves toward the Empire's final days, when rituals of sex and sacrifice reached their peak in scale and violence, and the boundaries between devotion and destruction nearly dissolved entirely. On the eve of conquest, when the Spanish forces were drawing close to the heart of the empire, the Aztecs turned not to retreat, but to ritual. What they staged in those final hours stands as one of the most disturbing accounts ever described. A night in which the boundaries of devotion and destruction vanished completely. Nearly 300 people gathered in the temple complex, their bodies stripped bare, their minds fixed on the idea that one last display of sacrifice could hold back the tide that threatened them. What unfolded was not a ceremony in the ordinary sense, but a chaotic mixture of sex, violence, chanting, and blood that filled the night. To the participants, it was the highest form of offering. To the witnesses who arrived after, it was a vision of horror. The gathering was not hidden. Men and women entered the temple courtyard unclothed, painted with patterns of black and red. Priests led the chants, calling upon gods of war and fertility, demanding strength for the empire. The people responded with their bodies, joining in ritual unions performed openly in the sight of all. These acts were not framed as indulgence, but as necessity. Every movement was said to release energy, to fuel the gods with power for the battles ahead. Intimacy became a weapon, transformed into one more tool in the arsenal of the Empire's defense. The violence was woven directly into the ritual. As couples joined, others fought with blades and clubs, their blood soaking the ground. These were not duels for victory, but sacrifices staged in rhythm with the chants of the priests. Each strike was offered to the gods. Each cry turned into part of the music of the night. Some participants alternated between union and combat, their bodies serving both as givers of life and as offerings of death. To the Aztec worldview, these were not contradictions. Fertility and destruction were two sides of the same coin, both required to sustain the cosmos. It is grimly absurd that a society facing invasion chose to spend its last night in what was essentially an orgy of sex and slaughter. Blood was not the only offering. Drinking it became part of the ritual. Bowls were filled from fresh wounds, passed among participants as if they were sharing wine. Some smeared it across their faces, believing it marked them as closer to the gods. Others consumed flesh, cutting pieces from the bodies of the newly slain and chewing them raw. What to outsiders would appear grotesque was interpreted by the community as communion, the ultimate way of uniting with both gods and ancestors. The act was framed as renewal. Even as the air filled with the stench of blood and smoke, the scene grew more chaotic as the night wore on. Couples continued to join in ritual sex even as bodies lay nearby, lifeless and cooling. The presence of death did not stop the ceremonies, but intensified them. To lie with a partner beside the corpse of another was considered powerful, a way of linking creation and destruction at the closest level. The chants of the priests rose louder, their voices straining against the drum beats that echoed off the temple walls. For hours, the mixture of bodies, blood, and voices filled the sacred space until exhaustion overtook even the strongest participants. By morning, the temple stood thick with smoke. Fire still burned where bodies had been thrown, their remains reduced to ash. The ground was slick with blood, the smell clinging to every stone. Survivors lay collapsed in the courtyard, their bodies marked by paint, wounds, and exhaustion. For them, this was not defeat, but triumph. They believed they had given the gods enough to shield the empire, enough to hold back the enemy. They rose with the conviction that their night of devotion had strengthened the very foundations of their world. It was at this moment that the Spanish arrived. To their eyes, the scene was beyond comprehension. They expected resistance, perhaps soldiers at arms. But instead they found a temple filled with the aftermath of ritual. Naked bodies, both living and dead, lay scattered. The smell of smoke and blood was overwhelming, clinging to the air in a way that no words could fully capture. For men raised in a different faith, the sight seemed less like worship and more like a vision of hell. Some soldiers are said to have recoiled, convinced that they had stepped into the underworld itself. In modern terms, it would be like an invading army arriving to find its enemy, not defending the city, but holding a mass ritual of sex and cannibalism, believing it would stop the conquest. The Spanish chroniclers who later recorded this night struggled to describe it, without falling into shock. Their words, though shaped by bias, carried genuine astonishment. They wrote of the mingling of bodies, the presence of blood and smoke, the sounds of chanting that lingered even as they entered the temple. Some soldiers claimed to smell the scene for days afterward, unable to forget the odor of burning flesh mixed with incense. For them, this was not merely an enemy to conquer, but a vision of savagery that confirmed their belief that the Aztecs lived in a world of darkness. For the Aztecs themselves, however, the night was not madness, but devotion. They had lived for generations under the belief that survival required sacrifice. In the face of invasion, they turned to what they knew best, offering the gods what was most precious. Their bodies, their blood, and their very lives were given in the hope that divine power would intervene. The tragedy lies in the fact that the gods did not answer. No ritual, however extreme, could stop the tide of conquest. The story of that night reveals the extremes to which faith can drive a society under threat. Faced with destruction, they chose to embrace their beliefs fully, to give everything in a final attempt at survival. The mixture of intimacy and violence, of fertility and death, was not a contradiction for them, but a reflection of the cosmic balance they had always believed in. It was a last act of loyalty to their world, even if it was also an act that hastened their downfall. For families who survived, the memory of that night must have been unbearable. To know that parents, siblings, or children had joined in such rituals only to die or collapse in exhaustion was a grief layered with confusion. The Empire told them it had been glorious. Yet the silence of the conquered city the next day told another story, one of collapse and loss. I find myself most unsettled by the thought of smoke still curling from the temple. As foreign soldiers stepped over bodies, seeing devotion where others saw only madness. This night of blood and ritual marked the end of an era. It was not only the fall of an empire, but also the culmination of a worldview where nothing was too extreme if it promised survival. It showed how faith, desperation, and fear can combine into actions that appear unthinkable yet entirely logical within their own system. The story does not end here. Even after the conquest, reflections on these practices survived, and they reveal how the Aztec understanding of intimacy was less about pleasure and more about power, energy, and cosmic necessity. For the Aztecs, the act of sex was never described as pleasure. It was framed as power, as a way of storing energy that belonged not to the individual, but to the empire. Every union was believed to generate a kind of divine force, a current that could be directed upward toward the gods or held within the body to strengthen it. To speak of desire or affection was considered a weakness, a distraction from the true purpose. What mattered was the accumulation of energy, and this belief shaped the way intimacy was understood at every level of society. In their worldview, each encounter was not measured by satisfaction, but by output. A man or woman who failed to produce enough divine energy was thought to have let down not only themselves, but the empire as a whole. Sex was framed as a duty, one that carried weight equal to fighting in battle or offering blood in sacrifice. The body was treated like a vessel, a container that had to be filled with sacred force. The private act was stripped of privacy, turned into another means of keeping the cosmic balance intact. This expectation led to harsh judgments. A man who could not perform was not simply ridiculed in personal terms. He was accused of draining the empire's strength, of allowing weakness to seep into the foundations of the state. Priests wrote of such men as dangerous, their impotence framed not as misfortune, but as betrayal. They were excluded from rituals, denied honor, and sometimes punished with public humiliation. It is almost absurd to imagine an entire empire blaming its survival on whether men could keep up their performance in bed. Women too were judged, though differently. They were expected to serve as vessels of energy, their role tied to the belief that the womb itself could hold and transmit divine power. If a woman failed to conceive after ritual union, it was said that she had not channeled enough energy, that she had let the gods down. Her body became a symbol of deficiency, and the shame spread to her family. Intimacy in this framework carried more fear than tenderness, more risk than joy. The rituals reinforced this outlook. Couples were often brought into ceremonies where sex was performed not for their own connection, but for the sake of the gods. Priests measured success not by the emotions of those involved, but by the signs of energy they believed were released: trembling, sweating, or even exhaustion. These physical reactions were interpreted as proof that the actor had generated force. Anything less was considered failure, a weakness that threatened the entire community. In modern terms, it would be like treating every relationship as a power plant with inspectors sent to ensure that enough energy was being generated for the state. This pressure turned the most personal aspects of life into sources of anxiety. Men feared being labeled weak. Women feared being called barren, and families feared the consequences of being seen as unworthy. Even in marriage, intimacy was not private comfort, but a constant test of strength. What should have been moments of connection became heavy with expectation. The weight of empire pressing down on every gesture. The belief that energy could be stored through sex also shaped public ceremonies. Some rituals involved groups of people brought together to generate what priests described as collective force. In these moments, the act itself lost any resemblance to love or affection. It became performance, spectacle, and offering. The individuals involved disappeared into the larger purpose, their bodies used as tools for a cause far greater than themselves. The empire's view of sex as energy reinforced the idea that nothing in life belonged to the individual. Even the body's most intimate expressions were framed as belonging to the gods, as resources to be tapped for the survival of the empire. The idea of seeking pleasure for its own sake was alien. What mattered was the constant duty to give, to produce, to offer strength upward into the cosmos. For those who could not meet these expectations, the consequences were severe. To be seen as weak in bed was not private embarrassment, but a mark that could follow a man into every aspect of his life. He might be barred from certain roles, excluded from ceremonies, or treated as cursed. The empire used these judgments to enforce discipline, ensuring that fear of weakness drove people to obedience. I find myself most unsettled by the thought of couples approaching their union not with affection, but with dread, wondering whether the priest would consider their performance strong enough for the gods. This framing of sex as energy helps explain why so many of the rituals combined intimacy with sacrifice. Both were seen as ways of producing force for the gods. Both turned human life into fuel, whether through blood, breath, or the act of union. For the Aztecs, there was no separation. Everything was measured in terms of strength given and strength taken, and weakness was treated as danger. The story of sex as energy, rather than pleasure, reveals how deeply the empire transformed human experience into ritual. It shows a society where private life was constantly absorbed into public duty, where even the most personal choices were judged through the lens of cosmic survival. From here, the narrative moves into an even darker place, where the obsession with energy and devotion pushed individuals into rituals so extreme that they destroyed themselves in the process. Among the stories of Aztec devotion, few were as unsettling as the account of a priest who sought communion not with a living partner, but with idols of the gods. His obsession grew from the belief that if he could open himself completely, if he could surrender body and spirit without restraint, the gods would reward him with visions and power. To him, Ordinary rituals were not enough. He was convinced that only by giving every part of himself could he touch the divine. What followed was a night that blurred faith, desperation, and destruction, leaving behind a corpse that told its own story. The temple chamber was prepared in advance. 12 statues stood arranged in a circle, each representing a different god. Some were carved from stone, others fashioned from wood, all decorated with paint and cloth to signify divine presence. The priest entered alone, carrying incense and chanting hymns. He believed he was stepping into the presence of the gods themselves, not lifeless figures, but vessels waiting to receive his devotion. For him, this was no mere performance. It was the highest form of offering he could imagine. As the night began, he moved from one idol to the next. With each he carried out acts of ritualized union, treating the statues as though they were living embodiment of divine forces. At the same time, he continued to chant, his voice breaking into sobs as exhaustion set in. The combination of intimacy, prayer, and weeping revealed both his devotion and his despair. He believed that by repeating the act with each god, he would open himself so completely that the divine would be forced to respond. It is almost absurd to picture a man convinced that intimacy with carved figures could summon miracles. The hour stretched on. Witnesses later said they heard his chants echo through the night, sometimes strong, sometimes fading into whispers. The smell of incense filled the air, mixing with sweat and the dust of the chamber. As the night deepened, his body began to fail under the strain. His voice cracked, his movement slowed. Yet he pressed on, convinced that stopping would mean failure. Each idol became both a demand and a promise, and he refused to deny any of them. By dawn, the ritual had consumed him. When attendants entered the chamber, they found him collapsed in the center of the circle. His body was motionless, his eyes closed. Thin lines of blood marked his skin, seeping from his ears and from his navel, as though his body itself had burst from the weight of his devotion. To the priests who discovered him, this was not seen as a tragedy. They declared that he had been taken by the gods, that his death was a sign of communion. The blood was interpreted not as failure of the body, but as proof that divine energy had overflowed within him. In modern terms, it would be like a clergyman dying of exhaustion in front of a row of statues with a community, insisting it was evidence of holiness rather than collapse. The community accepted the explanation. His death was framed as a sacrifice, his suffering rattled as an act of devotion that could inspire others. The statues he had embraced were said to carry traces of his spirit, making them even more powerful in the eyes of the faithful. Instead of being questioned, the ritual was remembered as an extraordinary act of faith, an example of how far a person could go to serve the gods. Yet beneath the language of holiness lay the reality of obsession. The priesthood destroyed himself in pursuit of something that was never possible. His longing for divine contact pushed him beyond the limits of the human body, and those around him allowed it, perhaps even encouraged it, because it fit their vision of what devotion should look like. What might have been seen as delusion was reframed as inspiration, and in this way the empire turned personal collapse into public example. For those who heard the story, the message was clear. Devotion had no limit. To give part of oneself was not enough. The gods demanded all. even to the point of death. The priest's final night became a warning and an encouragement, a way of showing that the line between worship and destruction was not only thin, but celebrated. His fate also shows how dangerous the Aztec system could be for those most deeply committed to it. Priests, often regarded as guides and teachers, were also subject to the same demands for sacrifice. Their bodies and minds were not protected by their roles, but consumed by them. To serve the gods was to risk becoming fuel for the very rituals they upheld. I find myself most unsettled by the image of him lying among the statues, blood trickling from his body, with others praising it as proof of his closeness to the gods. The Night of the 12 Idols remains a symbol of the extremes of Aztec devotion, where even life itself could be surrendered in pursuit of a vision that never arrived. It demonstrates the power of belief to transform exhaustion and death into something called holy, even as the cost was a man broken by his own faith. As this story closes, the focus shifts to the outsiders who witnessed the empire for the first time. Men who could not understand how sex, sacrifice, and worship had become one, and who wrote that what they saw in the Aztec palaces felt less like a kingdom and more like a doorway into the underworld. When the Spanish finally stepped inside the heart of the Aztec capital, what they found shattered their sense of reality. They had crossed oceans in search of wealth, expecting cities filled with gold and rulers draped in finery. Instead, the palaces and temples revealed something they could not understand. The records they left behind described the royal compound not as a court of civilization, but as a passageway into the underworld. The walls bore marks of blood. The altars were dark with stains, and the echoes of rituals seemed to hang in the air even after the ceremonies had ended. To them, it felt less like a conquest and more like stepping into a nightmare. The Spanish soldiers had grown up with their own ideas of religion, ideas that revolved around order, salvation, and divine authority. In Mexico, they found a system that bound sex, sacrifice, and death into one seamless whole. The ceremonies they witnessed or heard described by survivors went far beyond anything they could imagine. It was not just that people were killed for the gods. It was the way the Aztecs made intimacy itself a form of offering, turning private acts into public spectacles where blood and desire were inseparable. For the Europeans, this was proof that they had entered a land ruled not by men, but by demons. The impact on the soldiers was deep. Many of them had faced war before, had seen death on the battlefield, but the scale and character of Aztec rituals were different. These deaths were not the result of combat. They were planned, staged, and celebrated, carried out in ways that mixed devotion with brutality. For men raised to see intimacy as private, the sight of hundreds of people engaged in ritual sex while blood was spilled on the same altars broke their minds. Some could not bear the memories, their thoughts consumed by what they had seen. A few turned their weapons on themselves, choosing death rather than carrying the visions home. It is darkly ironic that men who came seeking fortune ended up destroyed not by battle, but by the horror of what they witnessed. The chronicles that survive speak in stunned tones. Writers describe the palaces as doorways into the afterlife, filled with practices that defied explanation. They struggled to reconcile the sophistication of Aztec architecture and art with the rituals that unfolded inside those walls. How could a people build cities of stone, organize armies, and craft beauty, while at the same time staging ceremonies of such violence to the Spaniards? The contradiction was unbearable. The only explanation they found was that they had entered a world under the control of evil itself. In modern terms, it would be like visiting what seemed to be the most advanced city on Earth and finding that behind the walls, it ran on rituals that demanded sex and death at the same time. The truth was more complex. The Aztecs did not see themselves as savage or demonic. To them, every act was part of maintaining cosmic order. Sex created energy. Blood fed the gods, and death renewed the cycles of life. What horrified the Spaniards was, for the Aztecs, the very structure of existence. Yet history is often written by the victors. And so the vision that endured was one of horror. The Spaniards returned with tales not only of gold and conquest, but of nightmares that clung to them long after they had left. In the end, this clash was more than a military encounter. It was the collision of two worldviews so different that neither could make sense of the other. The Spaniards saw depravity where the Aztecs saw duty. The Aztecs saw divine necessity where the Spaniards saw madness. Between them lay a gulf too wide to bridge, a gulf that ended in destruction, conquest, and the eraser of a civilization's ways. I cannot help but reflect on how fragile both sides must have felt. One convinced it was upholding the cosmos, the other convinced it had stepped into hell itself. The story of the Aztec royal rituals is unsettling, not only because of what they practiced, but also because of what it says about belief. It shows how faith can shape every part of life, how devotion can demand more than reason should allow. It reveals a world where intimacy, power, and death were bound into one, and where the people accepted that binding without question. For outsiders, it became unbearable. For insiders, it was simply survival. As we close this journey, it is worth remembering that history is filled with such contradictions. Civilizations rise and fall, each convinced of its own truth, each leaving behind legacies that confuse and disturb those who come after. The Aztec Empire was no exception. Its reach was wide, its devotion steady, and its decline came, as all empires do, in time. The record of its customs remains as a quiet reminder of how belief shapes people, and how even the strongest societies eventually change. And now, as this account comes to a close, we will set aside the temples and the distant sounds of ritual. Let the thoughts grow still. Let the images drift away, and let rest take their place. In a quieter space, thank you for being here, and good night.